said I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Don't even bother, try to win a liar. Real like no other. It's in my veins, like in my DNA. My vibe is like no other. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Yes, I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. I make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy.
Let's raise the roof, yeah. I wanna make it louder. Shake it up, Dallas is waking up to the first day of the playoffs for ESL Impact Season 7. This is it. The big stage is just one game away. It is one win away for our semi-finalists, all to play for here. My name is Sam. I'm also known as Tech Girl. I'm going to be hosting this entire day for you, taking you through all of the fun Counter-Strike we have on offer. And joining me to give you a little bit more insight into the teams you'll be watching and why you should get excited, MacMate and Hunker, who we have seen in numerous playoffs. You are now standing behind the desk, getting ready for all of the fun. We saw Newt earlier as well. If you've only just joined us, you missed out on the good stuff before the stream started. What a day we had yesterday. A long one for our analysts, but mega entertaining, am I right?
Definitely super long. I didn't expect that long, but it was super fun. Like, I cannot even complain about that. CS, what we need more, right?
Yeah, that's what it's all about, is watching some amazing Counter-Strike between these teams. There's been a couple of upsets, there's been a couple of redemption stories, and then a couple of stories of teams making it to the semis, which we might not have expected to even be there.
I'm curious, Hunker, from your side. Now you're coming into this, right? And you're a player. You're a pro player. You've made the playoffs. This is your semi-finals. There's a chance to get into the grand finals. How are you feeling this morning when you wake up, when you're in the Dallas hotel, you go down to breakfast? You're obviously with a bunch of the other players from IEM Dallas, so you're sitting next to Manasi eating your scrambled eggs. What's going through you?
Oh my god, now I actually got goosebumps right now on my whole body because it's just such a exciting morning, always been. Good vibes with a team, some smiles, some like chili chats, you know, good breakfast, some walk around. It has to be there. Vibes are super important for this day. We need to be on point with our brains also.
Okay, I'm curious, who would you want to have breakfast with?
Oh my god, now I think I would like to have with you all guys right now.
Oh, that's such a cop-out. What? I'd pick Apex from Vitality. There we go. I'm not even, no shame here. Sorry, you guys can go and sit at the other table. How about you, Mac?
Me, off the top of the dome, ooh, everyone that's still remaining in that tournament, I'd probably say Vilga.
You would go have breakfast with Vilga.
Yeah. See how they're feeling.
I love how I just left all of you for the the top team, but I like it. I mean, that would actually be interesting to get a little update as to how things are feeling there, and we can actually do that now. We have an update with Heku. I do believe she's with a very good friend of ESL Impact, and let's get a bit of an update about the vibes in Dallas. What's up, friends?
I think the vibes are absolutely amazing. You've been up now for a long time. You've been running around.
Yeah, I mean, the vibes are impeccable here. I'm over on the IEM stage, so I'm hopping around, yelling and shouting at the crowd. There's going to be a lot of people there on Sunday morning for you all, I believe, so very excited about that. But yeah, the vibes are good here, Sam, I would say.
Yeah. And your experience with Impact, you got to go through it, like, what, last event? You got to host the desk. How was it? Did you enjoy the scene?
I did. I love ESL Impact. I think it's just a really great program, really great initiative. It's awesome to see the teams always be so appreciative of the opportunity that they're having in the competition, and to see that level rise over the last however many years it's been at this point, 4 years?
The first ever Dallas was in 2022. That was the first ever LAN event.
Now you're going to make me count. Okay, so 3 years. Yeah, the level's just been rising higher and higher. I mean, it's exciting to have Supernova Comets in this one, right? They've been that team where, you know, we've seen the raw mechanical talent, and they haven't had the breakthrough, they haven't had the consistency. The one previous famous LAN that they made where someone broke their wrist and things didn't go. It always felt like they were snake bit. Yeah. Now they're finally having the breakthrough. It's super cool to see. It's super cool to see different names, different faces come through, have their chance on the desk. And so I think it's just always a really interesting project to be part of.
Yeah, because like 4 teams got eliminated. We have like now 4, and they're going to be trying to get to the stage in order to not only perform on the big stage, but also for this trophy. When it comes to Impact, I think we have a really unique trophy.
It's nice. I don't think I've seen the details yet. We've got a little shooting comet there. Is it rigged? Is that in the script then?
I hope not. I hope this is not how we're leaking the script or something like that. But the thing is, every time it's like really unique. Like the shape is always the same, but the coloring, like, and all the, I think that we had like snowflakes like during like one of the Valencias.
We did, yeah.
And or Stockholm, I don't remember. But it does look really
Probably the Stockholm for the snowflakes, I would guess. Valencia,
Yeah,
not usually as
but,
snowy.
But once I think we had Valencia in winter. That's why somehow I associated. But yeah.
I would trust you. You are the totem, the longtime expert.
Yeah, and every time I had to present this trophy to the same team, I was having a hard time. But maybe this time,
Maybe not.
Maybe this is a foreshadowing.
They did lose in groups.
They did, and who knows what happens today? Maybe the desk does.
Maybe we know what happens today. I never know what's happening, ever. I just come here, watch some Counter-Strike, and hope for the best. That's how I rock it. Mike and Hekru know that, but that was very sweet of them. Obviously, the big thing that Mike brought up, which I think is so important to talk about, is the fact that for the first time, the ESL Impact season finals will be on the main stage at Dallas. We will not have a show match. We will not waste our time watching casters try hard on a stage. We're going to get the real pros in the mix, our two finalists. What an incredible moment for ESL Impact, but what an incredible moment for these teams and these players.
Yeah, it is huge. It's basically dream coming true, in my opinion. Like we've been dreaming as a community basically for such a opportunity for a really long time already, and now it's happening. Like for me, it's gonna be basically, I think, the best LAN I'm gonna watch ever. The emotions, teams playing on the big stage with audience, like wow.
Yeah, I can't wait to see which two teams are actually up there as well, because it's going to be stacked. We saw yesterday both the semis for IEM. It was already getting really full down there. So I'm excited to see exactly how loud that crowd is going to get for the women.
And the Dallas crowd has always moved to the stage during Dallas and have got involved. They've always gone to the Impact stage, so I'm pretty stoked to see the noise that they bring into the arena. Let's do a quick recap, though, if you've just joined us. We had our group stages over the last 2 days. Let's take a look now at Group A. Obviously, you can see a mix there of what was on show, the teams that we got to see, and how we got to our semi-finalists. I'm curious, and I'm going to throw this one to Newt. Which was your standout game in Group A?
In Group A, honestly, it was actually that first game against Supernova Comets and Zero. It's purely because Supernova Comets was speaking a big game. It was all about EU, and when they came and defeated EU in one fell swoop at the beginning, it filled my heart with a little bit of joy. But then afterwards, it was that game against South America, the region that they did not mention. They kind of put them in this predicament, but they made it to the semi-finals, so I think starting off, that game was the pinnacle for me.
I think that you mentioned that game, and that was the big surprise. That was when that North American lineup kind of shocked us. And I saw some comments online. Yeah, I see you, Twitch chat, with a lot of North American fans being like, "Oh, the analysts are so wrong. You know, they don't believe. We never doubted." But it feels like the fan base was there. They believed that this team could do it, and we got to see it yesterday. So many. We're saying upsets because on paper, Hanka, they weren't the team that was going in as the favorites.
Yeah, as I said, I love to be proved wrong. I love your chat community, Twitch community, basically. I want to see more stories like this. They came to tournaments with basically no expectations, I feel so, but they're proving with every match that they're getting stronger, more comfortable between the maps. It is super entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and then to secure their place in the semis as well, that big game against Durant yesterday was like immaculate as well. That Dust 2 performance, it was incredibly one-sided, and everyone that has to play them going towards, today and tomorrow should have done their prep, because they are looking like a scary opponent.
I'm really surprised that their map pool looks so clean. Like every map we saw, it's super prepared. They're ready for reactions, for adaptation. A really good job.
We saw the strat book, right? It's huge.
Yeah, exactly. We have confirmation right there.
They're going to be in our first game, so we'll focus a bit more on the North American team in a bit. But I now want to draw your attention to Group B and what we saw there. And I usually when we do these recaps in playoffs, you always talk about how your semi-finalists got there, right? But we're not going to do that today. We're going to flip the script a little bit. We've got to focus in on FlyQuest Red. They've been with ESL Impact since the beginning. Started off very strong in early seasons and then fell off, but it seemed like a revitalized team coming into these group stages, and just, let's be honest, the worst draw in terms of luck. Like, wow, to just have to go up against Imperial Valkyries right at the start, I feel like put them on twice after that. Like, I'll say it. I'll put my head on a chopping block. Had it have been different opposition, I think we may have had a FlyQuest Red in the playoffs.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, to be honest. They had really hard task for basically every team. Facing Imperial is crazy hard task, but in the end they match expectations. Like I couldn't ask for more. They were composed, they were playing together, they were trying to outsmart Imperials. It was really good showing in the end.
Yeah, and everyone had a great map as well. Like BBN for me obviously stood out a little taller than most, but
Yeah.
Vanessa going crazy. You had Emmy with a couple of rounds in there, Goose as well. I think she had one like amazing map in there as well to keep them in it. And yeah, everyone just really lifting, standing tall, and I hope that they stay together with this 5 because I cannot wait to see the progress that they could make.
Newt, what did you think about FlyQuest Red's performance?
Above expectations for me, to be honest, because for me, it felt a bit rocky. They picked up Mari, and at the start of the online season, she was playing all the way in Europe. So I get the frustrations, and I thought it would kind of build on. And then they lost to Supernova Comets as well. So I wasn't too certain how they'd perform on LAN, but they flew above my expectations. That's what they call FlyQuest as well. They flew.
They flew. Unfortunately, they'll be flying home because we had to say goodbye to them yesterday. In order to make space for what you see on your screen right now, our 2 semi-finals. Obviously, FURIA up against Imperial Valkyries. Hot damn, that is a clash of the titans.
Yeah.
That's going to be a banger one.
Yeah.
If you don't know, those 2 teams met in the Stockholm finals for the last season. It was a 2-1 grand final, and then just after that, I do believe FURIA actually beats Imperial Valkyries in a different tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Basically, their last matchup was won by FURIA, apparently, which only shows that it's gonna be really tough game for both of them. They know each other really well, I feel like, so the preparation need to step up to another level, I feel like.
Yeah, and then also just the stakes being higher than ever. You don't want to go out 3rd and 4th when you both technically, on paper, look like you should be that grand final team. And you also get to play on a stage in front of a huge crowd. So that's going to be a first for all the women here in the tournament. So I'm keen to see who wants it more because that game later today, is going to be crazy.
I don't know if you're gonna agree with me, but like now the stress factor gonna be huge because they're competing for the big stage, right?
And I think that I would argue that Imperial Valkyries probably didn't think they would be in this position. I mean, we actually saw it in the interview yesterday with Tori, where she was like, "Oh, I had plans today, and I'm supposed to have the day off." So they're a little bit on the back foot, which is. I'm interested to see how that plays out with those nerves and things. Let's talk a little bit bigger picture, though, before we get into our first game. From what you've seen in terms of map selection and what we've seen in the games, I've felt in the past that a lot of the ESL Impact matches, especially in the early seasons, there was a very clear distinction in skill level between some teams and others. So we would have these stomper score lines. I thought that the last 2 days have showcased maybe a rise in skill level, Hanka, and I don't know if you agree with me, because we're seeing a lot more even matchups.
Yeah, in the past we saw huge gap between NA teams and like European teams, right? Like coming into the LAN, it was always like European teams putting on top always, but now the gap is like basically not existing anymore. Like they are competing with us on the same level, with same level aim-wise, strategy-wise. I'm really shocked that it's looking like this.
Yeah, everyone that came in looking like the lower seeds, able to push Imperial Valkyries, able to push pretty much everyone. You pick a team and put them head-to-head with anyone else in this tournament, and we were getting close maps left, right, and center. And hopefully that floor continues to rise for all the women in the scene.
What do you think has been the difference maker in seeing the skill level rise? Do you think it was Imperial Valkyries getting those invites to the regular leagues, or is there something else, Hanka, that you think contributed?
I think it's also about like how hardworking people are in the team in the end, right? Because I believe so that the NA teams right now are proving us that with hard work they can basically achieve a lot of things, and the same happened for Imperials in the end. They had to start somewhere. They were putting hours to the CS, they were try-harding, and they were the best team. Still, they are the best team because of this hard work. So I think it's doable for like everyone.
Yeah, I feel like it's just like org support, and then also ESL Impact's been going for this is the 7th season. There was a little bit of female support before that. So I'm hoping that we get to see this continue because we're seeing results. We're finally starting to see results.
What I also thought was quite interesting, and I want to pull your attention to it, is that we've got 2 teams in the semi-finals, each on either side of the bracket, but both of them have a very similar story in that they've been playing in the regular league. So Imperial Valkyries, we've seen they've been playing in some massive tournaments against top-tier opposition. But on the other side, Supernova Comets mentioned that they have been going and trying to compete as much as possible in the regular leagues, jumping in a car, driving to LAN. And I thought it was fascinating that on one side you have Imperial Valkyries saying, hey, you know what? This has been exhausting for us. It's really knocked our confidence. We're now struggling. We're not feeling as good as we were. And then you've got Supernova Comets, who yesterday their coach is saying, you know what, best thing we did was play these tournaments, go to these LANs. It's improved our team astronomically. It's given us so much confidence coming here. What did you think about that juxtaposition?
I think my first takeaway is Valkyries were flying internationally. That's long travel against some of the best teams in the world. And we already spoke about their confidence maybe getting shaken by having some hard losses in the last 6 months. And then, alternatively, you look at Supernova Comets. They're doing it out of passion, out of love, and I feel like obviously, car travel can still take time, but doing it for the love and knowing that you are backing yourself up, that can just bring the spirit to the team up. And now they're getting their shot at their biggest tournament and biggest opportunity ever. I feel like there's just a difference in passion there.
Yeah, I think Imperials were dealing with like different type of pressure in the end, because these like big tournaments were basically everywhere. Imperials were on every opening site ever.
Yeah.
So it's different pressure. Players are dealing with different emotions, different approaches basically, and they are judged. They are getting judged daily. So I think it has also a huge factor for it.
Good or bad for the scene, Imperial Valkyries getting invited to all of those S-tier tournaments?
Great. Brings more eyes.
Fantastic. Like this is the milestone in my opinion, because finally we are getting invited. Like not we, but Imperials are getting invited. So it's only good. It's only good.
Have you seen, as a pro player, have you seen a change in attitude? Are you getting better scrims and stuff since Imperial Valkyries has started competing? I had a chance to chat to Volga, and she said that was something that she felt it brought, was a lot of teams were a lot more willing to scrim with NiP. She said that they felt that they got a lot more opportunities, and a lot of the smaller tournaments, and I say smaller tournaments, I'm talking like the tier 2, tier 3, were starting to reach out, inviting them to events, and she felt that a lot of that had to do with Imperial Valkyries kind of showcasing the women's scene. Did you feel the same way as a player?
I haven't feel that we got some more like prags or like whatever. I didn't feel that, to be honest, but for sure I feel that we got some more respect about our community. So I would agree on that. Yeah.
And I think Imperial Valkyries is, I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Mac, like they've had a chance to scrim with like the Mongols and S-tier competition now. So they've definitely got some great shots from what they've achieved.
Yeah, well, it sounds like that they're getting all of the best practice and doing everything that they can to be the best female team in existence ever, which they've already achieved, they've already sort of proven, but obviously there's a ceiling that they want to keep pushing up, pushing higher, and hoping to compete with the best in the world one day. So practicing with them is a great way to do it.
I think it's even bigger than like playing on this like tournaments in the end, because practice is where you get better daily at your home, right? And with practice you can basically develop your game even more and perform on tournaments. So it's only a matter of time where they're gonna perform eventually on like offline tournaments.
We've spoken a lot about Imperial Valkyries, but they still have to get through a semi-final. There is a good chance that we could have a new ESL Impact champion, because there is always a chance. And there are 3 other teams that are fighting for that opportunity. I think we've spoken enough about what to expect. It's time to get into game. Our first semi-final, it is NiP up against Supernova Comets.
Our state of mind, I mean, give it our all, give it our best. We do it constantly, so we can do it here. We're excited, maybe a little nervous, but we're here to play our best game.
The North American upstarts, they've surprised us all, are now going up against a Legends new project, a team that she has formed in the hope of seeking revenge against her old lineup. NiP, Supernova Comets. Let's just jump straight into the gameplay here and what we've had a chance to see. So the thing about Supernova Comets is they've come very prepared. They have the strats, but sometimes I would say that the strats are lacking a little bit. Then they just fall back on that raw firepower that they've got. Does NiP have an answer to the raw firepower?
I think they have answer, and the answer is pretty easy, because the twins basically, they're gonna be leading factor for this matchup. I think so. With like Vilga on top of that, like I think they have numbers for this win.
Yeah, I'm more interested into the map pool in this one. That's where my questions are going to be pointed towards, and I'm hoping that NiP are going to be able to flex the map pool, because all we've seen from them is 2 amazing Inferno games.
Yep.
But how deep does that pool go?
Okay, so from a regular season point of view, what do we like about NiP's map pool? Have we seen enough? Do we think that there is strengths there that they can pull out?
I really like how NiP approached basically every map, because they base their game style like proactivity over the maps. They are not scared to like make movements, take some areas, and in female CS it's huge. Decision making is huge, and I see that they are not scared to play the game.
Yeah, I think since last year to now, we've seen a catastrophic rise from NiP in terms of their team performance, and in terms of the map pool, you can see most maps are looking pretty good, but it also depends on the level of competition, right? This is mostly just from the regular season and just from pool play, so it can be slightly skewed because the teams that they're playing are not the Supernova Comets, which are impressing the hell out of us at the moment.
Let me throw like a random grenade at you now. So B-Dog told me that he actually would say that Inferno is one of NiP's weaker maps. The stats may not say that, but he feels that they look weaker on Inferno. We've only seen them win on that, and we've only seen 2 of that, but it's a curious take for me.
Yeah, B-Dog's been wrong a couple of times. I'll throw that one out there.
He's also been right.
I think we saw Inferno on a purpose, basically. Like it's not a surprise for NiP that they playing this map. So I think they prepared it better for the finals, basically. So I think they improved their map pool a lot during this season, and it's gonna be good because Supernova Comets have also really good map pool.
Let's talk about the man that's on your screen right now, because this is the NiP coach. He has so much experience, right, that he's bringing to this. He's played at the highest level. I actually saw a social media post from him this week where he said when he joined this organization, he made 3 commitments, and one of them was at this point to make the playoffs, which he's now done. How much value does he add, Hanke? Because I sometimes think, and this is a very controversial statement, sometimes I wonder what the hell a coach is even doing in a team. Shout out Taz, we love you. What is he bringing to the desk, to the team?
Yeah, I would say Nato is one of the best coaches we have on like women's scene right now, because it's so easy to see that he's so hardworking, he's putting numbers, and it's easy to see with scores the girls get that it's just easy development. And coaches, in my opinion, should be more highlighted during the whole women's scene, because I can say from my example that like coach just, if I have good coach, I'm gonna be better player, and it's that easy. But on women's it's like lacking a lot, and NATO is a for sure factor that's gonna lead them to win, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Natastafix has done a great job. Like in my opinion, what we saw from NiP last finals into now, it looks like a completely different team. So it's just great to see the development that he's managed to do with the full team, and also in terms of strategy, like there was some lovely situations that we saw with the utility on Inferno, and I want to see more of that on more maps.
I want to see more of NiP, and I want to find out a little bit more about this team, our first semi-finalist. Let's catch up with them.
I think this is like the best team atmosphere-wise I've ever had in my life. We're having so much fun every day with each other. It's like, it's enjoyable, you know, going to the pracs, playing officials. It's going really well, and of course girls are excited to be first time in Dallas together as a team.
In Stockholm, we just didn't have the confidence. From then until now, we've just been working on trying to build that up and create this sort of atmosphere that we are actually good, you know? We are better than the other team that we're playing.
It's kind of a new team, and of course, like as IGL brought a lot of like my experience, I brought a lot of structure in the team.
Obviously, she's won however many Impact tournaments, you know, so she's well versed in the scene, I'd say, and she knows how to run a team, you know. I think she's like, for me, she's the GOAT IGL.
I will do everything in my power to like bring my team to the victory. Girls deserve it. All they need to do is remove their emotions and play bravely.
I got some stats to talk about because I've alluded to it yesterday a little bit, because I want to talk about the NiP gambits that they brought to the table that has let them have a masterful couple of days at ESL Impact. So looking at the NiP gambit, this is how the chess pieces are set. You got your power pieces and you got the pawns. And what does this enable NiP? It enables NiP in a multitude of different ways, but especially the mobility of the round, because you first got your pawns. They are so crucial. You may think it's just a mere pawn, but actually they deal with so much of the round. They affect the entire mobility and the proactivity that Hanko was talking about of the round itself, because they kind of put their body on the line, enabling these power pieces to take control of the rounds. So you're looking at here, at the trade kill percentages, Naomi, Kiara, and Ramsden, these are your power pieces that absolutely annihilate the enemy, taking the opportunity and get those trade kills and keep the momentum of the round. But to get those opportunities, you need those pawns, which is Abe, Kiara, Ramsden, and Volga as well. They just put their body on the line. They just accept. We know we have the confidence in the rest of the team to combine forces and take over the round. But the question will be for Supernova Comets, will they be playing chess, or are they going to be playing checkers this matchup?
Is that an open question?
Yes.
I'm presuming it's a question. I'd like to jump into that setup that Nuda's talking about and the different roles that we see the NiP lineup take, right? So, I mean, for your side, Hanka, you've played against them. You know what they're looking at. If you're coming into the server, what can you expect?
Basically, we're gonna expect a lot of action in like mid-round time. They are not waiting for the opponent to come to them. They are basically coming to the opponent, and it's something I love about them, because as Vilga said even in the interview, that they are working about on like their confidence during the matches. It's super important, and I love to see that.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they have for us today. But more importantly, I really want to see what this veto is, because I have a feeling we could be in for maybe another upset.
Before we bring in the veto, let's talk a little bit about Supernova Comets though and how they gotcha, because let's be fair, none of us on the desk really thought they were getting out of the group stages. I'll own it. I kind of went, have fun, but you're going to get taken down by the European opposition. Not the case.
Yeah, not the case at all. And I feel like Supernova Comets have been this team that have just shook the confidence of everyone on the other side of the server to them so far. So I really want to see how NiP are going to be able to stand tall against them and what they're going to be able to do. We just spoke about confidence, but how's that confidence going to hold up when you are down?
Yeah, I think it's going to be... we saw only them winning against Zerans, right? So it's going to be really a hard test for them, because they're facing one of the best European teams right now, and it will not be that easy.
Okay, so that's the thing, right? We only saw 2 victories against Zerans, but we did see a loss against FURIA.
Yeah.
So we're in semi-final, so we got to nitpick a little bit. What were they lacking against FURIA that meant they couldn't get more rounds on the board?
I would say that it looked like just FURIA outsmarted them in many situations. They couldn't get into the fights in correct way. They were not using as much util as we saw in the next games. From my perspective, it was only about the nerves.
I feel like, you know, their Anubis looked more shaky than what we have seen from Supernova Comets on every other map. So if we end up seeing them go back there, that's where I may start to get worried for them. But in terms of the firepower, yeah, yesterday they proved everyone wrong, proved us all wrong, that they are a team that at least the rifling core can just pop off at any given moment and bring rounds back just using raw mechanics.
Okay, let's see if we can get the veto. I do believe it will be rolling in really shortly, because I think it will be something that's quite important. And as I say that, here it is. Let's take a look. Hanka, tell me what you're thinking as you see this come in.
I'm really interested about what NiP gonna pick, to be honest, because I love to see their preparation for the map, so their pick is always the most interesting one. Here we are with Mirage from Supernova. Really interesting pick, not gonna lie.
Why?
Mirage was not the best map for NiP, so it's like really good in terms of like reading the game.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna prepare a lot strategy-wise, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how this one plays out. Mirage is a huge punish pick. NiP's Mirage over the last 6 months doesn't look good. They have had a very rough time on it. So again, B-Dog did say, you know, Inferno didn't look good, but it has been their best map so far this tournament, and they've picked right back into it. So keen to see how much prep has gone down in the last, 24, 48 hours. Expecting Mirage, maybe they were expecting more of a Dust 2 angle, but we're not getting that. We're seeing Anubis as that third. So yeah, this veto is dangerous, and I don't know who it's more dangerous for. There's a lot of unknowns going into this matchup.
Yeah, after this matches, what we saw from Super Zerans, I'm really scared of their map pool, I would say. So I think NiP prepared well enough, but in the end, it's going to be only about firepower.
So I feel like if you take a look at the Vito Supernova Comets, we heard from their coach how much they like to prep. They have this giant strat book that they're carrying around with them. So they obviously think, okay, we can outstrat them on Mirage. They're a bit shaky. And then we see the Inferno pick come in where NiP is, there's tape from this tournament on lots of Inferno. They're giving Supernova Comets a lot in that regard.
I don't know if you're gonna agree with me, but in match against Imperials, NiP, they were winning, they were playing to win, not to lose, right? And it's so important, this like mindset, like confident and like everything. So if they're gonna play like this, easy win for NiP.
Wasn't a good first half for them though. And Anna didn't show up. So surely we need to be a little bit concerned if Supernova Comets firepower shows up. I feel like NiP's shown where they're weak on that map.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be one of those situations where both teams are going to be tested by their mental, more so because the nerves are going to be at an all-time high. This is, you know, one of the biggest games that the NiP players will have played, especially all the younger ones, and then probably the biggest chance that Supernova Comets have ever had. Also on home turf, that's going to definitely raise the pressure.
Every time I speak to pro players, they say that we get too involved in the veto. But I always like to try and think about it. They always like, it's not this weird strategy that you think it is. Sam.
Yeah.
But so maybe we're wrong, and you know, this is just going to come down to shooting heads on the server, which is what Counter-Strike is all about. Mirage is going to be the first game of our semi-finals. It is time to get into that game and find out who will be walking onto the big stage at IEM Dallas.
We all fight really hard.
It's so easy to read. Like,
we have everything to lose, basically.
We're really ready for anything anybody throws at us.
I think we should just keep playing how we did in the group stage and not lose to ourselves.
Everybody's comfortable and we're communicating properly. I think we could take anyone in this tournament.
In the past, we struggled a lot with playing with confidence, especially on LAN. Like me personally, I struggle with it a lot. And this time, you know, we spoke about it, especially like we need to play with confidence and not like little babies, you know, like we need to show them we can do this.
NiP is a scary opponent. I mean, they played great against Imperial. We're not really too worried about anyone though.
Playing on that big stage has always been a dream of mine.
Bora, Alisson, meu irmão. Coisa linda.
got you can handle. Cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt. I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This war will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match. Now blasting off our rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Giving armor that third degree, I'm the kerosene and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble now.
Keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This war will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, what we got you can handle. No, we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now.
Ready for the gamble.
Reach out, tap out, lights out.
You know I'm ready to win. Come on. Had enough of these bros. Said they wanna play ball, but they always get mad anytime we beat that. They don't tell us so though. They pretend they got
Salve, salve, Dozão. Como é que vai, não? Não gosto de moto não, a garganta tá ruim mesmo. Deixa eu devolver seu ponto que não foi não. Cara, por que todo mundo acha que eu uso entorpecente cannabis, velho? Aí eu vou ficar quieto.
I agree, Bardoff. That is the problem with what we've just seen is they're not going to look at this series and look at regulation and how they clawed back. At halftime, it looked like NiP was going to have a dismal experience. They pull it back, they get it, and they push it to overtime. And then it all just falls to pieces because of that raw firepower we spoke about in the pre-game. We mentioned empathy. Folks, you've got to be careful. Folks just stepped up and they just had no answers at all. Let's focus in on overtime first, right? just nothing coming from NiP, struggling in the 1v1s. Was it just a matter of being outshot?
Like for me, it felt like they just NiP fall apart in like every aspect. Something just broke down in this OT, and it didn't look like this NiP from like a couple rounds ago.
Yeah, of course. When Forks pulls out a clutch like that, it is very hard and it's easy to get yourself shaken up. So I think that's quite
you
difficult.
mentioned the clutch. I actually think we have it now. I would argue this was the moment NiP's sort of just stopped, right? It was, they needed to win this round.
Yeah, I feel like off the back of that, you really need to take a tactical and just try to get everything back in order. You really need to get your ducks in order as soon as possible, and unfortunately they just weren't quite ready. Yes, look, that first round of the CT half looked like it could have been won. Unfortunately, Mia just got slightly poorly timed. You know, that timing of the peak from her as well as whoever was on the other side. It was just a little bit too awkward. But yeah, map MVP for sure. Has to be Forks off the back of that. Crazy performance as well, especially. You got to remember this was 8-2 before NiP managed to get back 2 more rounds before the half. And at that point, I almost wrote the whole thing off. So I think NiP did a fantastic job to even get back into overtime.
Let's rewind there. So let's go back to the first half, okay? And talk about what wasn't working for NiP and what Supernova Comets was doing right.
I think Supernova Comets went into the game with really good game plan because NiP players were just caught off guard basically in like every round. Mia got caught off guard on B side, basically rushed. Next round again, B pop. It was a lot of things that were not working, but I would say it was just crazy preparation from the Super Common.
Yeah, I feel like Supernova Comets were just far and beyond ready to play that T side, whereas NiP unfortunately weren't quite ready for it. They made adaptations probably too late into the half, and it felt like, you know, Vilga had a situation where maybe she was thinking too much. We saw some like positional changes as well throughout the half, which managed to get them a few rounds on the board, but it was just those things where it was always sort of slightly too little, slightly too late, and that's almost what I was expecting just looking at the stats for NiP on Mirage. It's never really been good. It's never been a good map for them. So I'm almost thinking that would be a confidence booster if I'm NiP, managing to make a comeback like that happen. It took them a long time to get going, but once they did, you saw what they are capable of. So I wouldn't say this series is over yet at all.
Let's take a look at the second half now. We jump onto that side where NiP starts making the comeback, and Vilga just revitalizes her team, stands up as the IGL and goes, come ladies, follow me, this is how we do the job.
Yeah, this is the player which gonna put up numbers in the most important and like crucial moments in my opinion. She won some rounds for NiP, even though she won, they couldn't catch this momentum, they couldn't keep rolling the match, and they, as I said, they were just kinda not aware of many things in the end.
Let's focus in though on what they were aware of, because they did get those rounds on the board. So how were they winning those rounds?
I think they finally got this flow going with like catching like multi-frags, not being like outsmarted, and it finally felt that they have this energy, they have this strength to fight against Supernova Comets again.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, maybe the trust just built up and the comfort on Mirage. It was all these things sort of combining, and yeah, it's just one of those things where it might just be a slower start for them. It is their first best of 3 series. You got to remember that as well, because they've only played 2 best of 1 so far. So they had to come out of the gate swinging in those initial ones, but here it felt like Supernova Comets wasn't allowing them to play their game at all. But once they sort of figured things out and got some comfort back, that's when we started to see them really shine.
Let's take a look now at our AWPA head-to-head, because I think both of these players had some moments where their impact made all the difference for round wins.
Yeah, for me, Ramsden sort of was going missing in those first best of 1s that we saw, but here there were some crazy big impactful rounds, and also another couple of rounds where unfortunately things didn't go her way, but if they did, we wouldn't have even needed OT. And then Forks, we do not have to say too much because she's already been doing the talking on the server. In terms of impact with that AWP, there was multiple rounds where they were at a player disadvantage during the round and still managed to bring the rounds back in their favor. So you just need to continue to sing their praises, but both these players, yeah, the AWP head-to-head here won't be as impactful, I'd assume, moving into Inferno, but it was great to get a little showcase.
Like for me, it was really good to finally see Ramsden playing comfortable game, like feeling the game basically, because it was crazy important. I think these both players had the biggest impacts throughout the whole matchup.
I asked you a question in the pregame about the raw firepower that Supernova Comets falls back on and what NiP's answer is for it. I'm concerned for them. When I take a look at what happened here on Mirage, it does feel like they had the tactics in place. You saw that in the second half, but they are being outshot. So what is the solution to what is a potential NiP problem?
I think it was only about momentum. It's really hard to like get rolling things when it's basically nothing is happening, but they did the hardest job. They did comeback. So in the end, I think they felt it, that they are capable of like doing the things right.
Oh, do you know what I just found out? We're actually live in the IEM Arena in Dallas. What's up, friends? How's it going? I hope you're having a good time. We are currently in the playoffs for ESL Impact Season 7, and our 2 finalists are going to be on the main stage tomorrow. We're the curtain raiser for the finals. I hope that you're going to join us. I hope that you're going to watch. I hope that you're going to support. It's a big moment for both of these teams. We don't know who the hell they are yet, but the moment we do, we'll let you know. Other than that, though, have some fun, enjoy the Counter-Strike, make some noise, and say hi to my friend Darth Mike. I'm sure he'll be on the stage soon. There we go. That was the panel. Let's get back to analyzing the game, you know? They just told me I had to do a shout-out.
Sorry, I've never been to Dallas. I don't know if that's how you all act, but I just assume it is. Let me know if I'm right or wrong.
Let's break down the NiP conversation now that we had. We'll get back to being serious about Counter-Strike for a moment. Do they have any answers? Because my fear is that raw firepower from Supernova is something that they're not able to shut down.
I think Inferno's an answer, and I think it's a good chance for them to feel more comfortable earlier, and that's what we were talking about, right? They just looked a little lost on Mirage, but statistically, I was expecting that, and I feel like we all should have been slightly expecting that, and it was a nice surprise to see their firepower showing that they can bring it back on that T side, make it happen in that second half. And moving to Inferno, we already know that they are comfortable and that they are experienced and strategically sound on Inferno. So I'd expect this to go all the way to Anubis, but every time we've expected for things to go wrong for Comets, they haven't. So it's an open book.
Yeah, for now we saw really like flawless Infernos from NiP, so I'm looking forward that we're gonna see the same basically right now.
You think they were flawless? I thought they looked really weak in the first half against Imperial Valkyries on Inferno.
Yeah, but in the end I felt like they overcome the biggest mistakes they did in the end, and it matters. They maybe weren't super flawless, but in the end they beat Imperial, so I think they have way more than enough to win this matchup right now.
Anna didn't show up for Imperial, but Forks is definitely showing up for Supernova Comets. Do you think that makes a difference as well here?
I think it's gonna be more about this like banana takes, in my opinion. It will not be about the operas on this map. I really believe that Vilga and Naomi, they're gonna cook a lot on this banana, and we're gonna see crazy nades, HEs, flashes, takes. I really know that they're doing it the best they can.
So both of you are in agreement that you believe NiP can save the series.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it may also take the Twins turning back up, but we didn't really get to see a lot. There were moments where there was great impact from one of the Twins, maybe not both at the same time. But the other day we saw Naomi dropping almost 30 on Inferno, and we did not get that Naomi on Mirage. So she really needs to wake up, because otherwise elimination is one map away.
I'm quite excited to hear the Supernova Comets game plan, and I do believe that Heku is actually with Inc right now and has an opportunity to give us some insights into how they're feeling going into the second map.
Eu vou voltar a streamar com depois.
It was a sweaty OT. I know you are a team that really focuses on preparation, but how do you even prepare against a team that has 0 Mirage games on HLTV?
So we knew that they had Nuke as their perma, but Mirage was like so underplayed. We are a team that loves Mirage, so seeing them in that situation, it was just like a no-brainer to go for it. I would say the main thing was just making sure we understood their spots and how their lurkers played specifically, because this is a very individual-based map. So I know like on this map they played double lurk towards A few rounds, and then Vilga will run up con and stuff. So I think the main thing was just not biting on their first idea. Like they threw what we call Magnolia, which is where you have your B player on T side get flashed out solo B, and then they were just lurking out through con or lurking out A. So I told them like the first idea might not always be true. Like don't bite on the apple, wait for them to actually show bomb or show like, more bodies, something tangible. And people listened to that, they read it. We maybe, should have closed out sooner, but once we got the money back up, our ideas were back online, so.
Amazing. I'll not delay you any longer. You got to prepare for the second map, but thank you very much for the insight.
Thank you again, Heku.
They are very prepared for the opposition. He's sharing all the strats there, but they are prepared, which means they are going to be extremely prepared for what's coming on Inferno.
Yeah, I just hope, of course, like both teams gonna be prepared in the end, right? So I think I'm just hoping that we're gonna see from the very beginning NiP who gonna stand out. They're gonna show this firepower, and basically in the end, strat book will not matter, I think.
Is NiP experienced enough? Because this is a newish roster that came together. They're still working on building to where they want to be. Are they experienced enough to adapt on the fly if Supernova Comets has their game plan? Because that was maybe something we saw in the last map that they were struggling a bit with.
Yeah, they got it done eventually. I think it's like sometimes on LAN when you have that slow start, it can definitely bite you in the butt, and it did. It came back. They had to play OT, and then in OT things went wrong. You could hear it there. They were prepped. They just needed the money to execute some more ideas. And NiP in particular, that experience comes live, right? Like as every game is played, we see them making these small adaptations and fixing all the little mistakes as each round is played out. And I'm expecting to see more of that. The question is, you know, how much more of that are we allowed to see, and can NiP at least take us to 3 here? Because I think with the performance that they've managed to already pull so far here at Impact Season Finals, they deserve 3 maps here, and Comets are the only ones that can really stop them.
There you go. You've heard it from our analysts. We will find out if they are correct and how this series plays out. But first, just a quick break to get your heart rates normalized again.
As I know, you're slowly building like a special relationship like with B-Dog.
I will
Let's
tell
go.
the story. It's the tea, right? That we need to
Finally.
spill. 2-3 years ago, when they first announced the HL2 awards, I was in top 3. Before dying, I killed 4 people, and he's like, "Oh, that's very impressive considering it's Vilga," or something like this.
B-Dog, I will keep an eye on how you're going to be talking about Wilga. Hey everybody, it is Dallas, and we're ready for another sip and spill. This time, it is with Vilga. Vilga, the last time you were not in Dallas, but you were doing some talent work.
Yeah.
Can you share the experience? Like, how was it? Did you enjoy it? Was it hard? Like, the whole thing?
Well, all I can say, it was more exhausting than actually being here and playing on the stage. It was one of the hardest jobs I've ever done in my life. Being in Europe, working in American time, would go to sleep at 6 a.m., wake up at 12. It was, we're like, after 3 days of working, we're literally dead.
But do you see yourself in this position, like maybe after you're done with your career, like being like a broadcast talent, maybe like a caster, an analyst, a host, an interviewer maybe?
Well, I'm not sure about casting. I think like for casting you need some special talent, you know, like some natural, being native speaker maybe, you know, like it's easier. Maybe as an analyst, I would like to try more and get more experience, because last time it was very nerve-wracking. But I mean, everything went really well. The team, you know, the crew at ESL Impact is amazing. Everyone supported me, so we'll see. Maybe a coach as well.
Maybe a coach. Actually, now that you mentioned, yeah, a coach. We could have went that way. You've been playing CS for getting close to 10 years at this point?
Like, I think I started 2012 professionally.
Yeah.
Maybe 13, so it's more than 10
It's
years.
actually more than 12.
Yeah.
That is. So, but that means like you've seen this scene in different states. How would you rate how much it changed? Like, for example, what we had before pandemic and then with the addition of Impact?
I think a lot have changed. I mean, one of the things that have changed for sure is the skill level of the players. I mean, I was playing for Team Secret and we've been winning everything back then. We were just like really skilled individually, each of us on the team, and we had confidence. And I think we didn't really have many strats as well. So it was like we were just winning because we were confident and we believed in each other. Whereas now it's more structured, I feel like. There are like certain rules, certain patterns. It's more like, I can't even say play by the book, but they're like just constantly there's new meta happening and you need to be on point with it, you know? You constantly need to like watch the demos, watch the games, develop as a player, also like play faces on the high levels to see like, you know, what like non-pro players do as well. Before it was just easier in this case. Now it's like you actually need to like work twice harder. The other thing that has changed, which unfortunate for us, is the amount of tournaments. Because back in like, I don't know, 2016, we would have so many women's tournaments. It would be like, I don't know, Copenhagen Games, Girl Gamer, WSG, I mean now it's ISF, but there would be like 4 to 5 tournaments per year, LAN tournaments where you can attend. And now we only have ESL Impact, which literally like carrying our scene on their shoulders. Because without ESL Impact, I don't even know where our scene would be. Probably in Valorant, still like staying there.
And we are really grateful that you are here with us again. Alright, Feedbam, thank you very much.
Thank you for good interview as always.
Yeah.
Me atualiza aí sobre a situação. O jogo começou agora, pô. Sim, pô, começa às 2h30. Tá marcado pra 2h30. Deixa eu ver aqui na tabela da ESL. É porque campeonato tem atrasos, né? Se não tiver o próximo jogo, sim, é depois desse game. Tá marcado pra começar às 14h30, no horário de Brasília. Mas não deve começar às 14h30, deve, tipo... Se as minas estiver já pronta, começa. Agora, se não, tipo, demora pelo menos 10 minutos. Acho que ela é GL da NiP. Deixa eu só confirmar aqui como... Eu dei experiência que ela tem. Sim, ela é GL. Creio que vai ser 3 mapas.
what we got you can't handle. Cause we don't ever stand still. I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match now. Blasting off, I'm rocking, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Giving armor that third degree on the kerosene, and I smoke them out, fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble.
keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. This is what we came for. Watch out, what we got you can handle. No, we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now.
Ready for the gamble.
Reach out, tap out, lights out, lights out.
Yo con lo mío quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prende
They do have more work to do in the grand final. They'll be watching the next semi to find out who they'll be up against, but it is a North American lineup that will take it to the big stage in IEM Dallas, the first time, like Nari said, in forever. We're going to see that happening. Huge moment for them, and the underdogs the whole way through. We wrote them off in the group stages. We wrote them off here, but that raw firepower and just the better aim wins it out time and time again.
They just kept on doing it. Just kept on shooting, kept on being that little bit better. And look, I was convinced that NiP was going to fully turn this around. You know, in that first half, straight out of the gates, they looked like the better team. But then it felt like the comfort just came back for Supernova Comets. They realized, hey, we can do this. We can actually do this. There was a lot of moments where things went their way, where maybe they shouldn't have. Some crazy little sprays through smokes, especially in that second half. And then retakes just kept on working for them, slight holds, you know, all the positionally sound approaches, and then even like the utility as well. There was moments where people were out on an island, but then utility would just be tossed across to support from afar, and it had fully flipped around on its head time after time.
First time I'm just fully left speechless after the watching CS match, to be honest. It's just crazy to see that. It felt like in the end nothing was working for NiP, either aim, either tactics, and on the other hand, everything clicked for Supernova Comets.
A game of fundamentals, really. I feel like Supernova Comets just had the better fundamentals on the day.
Yeah, for sure. It also felt like in the end that NiP was like going for really chaotic calls, in my opinion. Like maybe some nerves got into it, but we cannot like underestimate what Supernova Comets did there, because they were just better mechanically, maybe in my opinion, in the end, and just top that win with like really crazy headshots.
Yeah, Forks, absolutely crazy performance there on the AWP, and then also on the rifle when they had to pick it up. And then look, STX as well. There was moments where they were able to get the craziest angles, and not only the weapon damage, sorry, my brain just turned off for a moment, but also the utility, the supportive utility coming through was insane, and fully won them that match.
My brain never switches on, Max, so you're okay.
In the end, I felt like even though that they were like winning so easily in the end, that Supernova Comets were winning, but it was so simple CS. Like it was nothing crazy. Like probably they were not even calling super crazy strats in the end. It was only about individuals.
I felt like it was out aiming, just mechanically stronger and far more aggressive, if we're honest.
Exactly.
I think that they just were much more confident in their very basic plays, and it felt like maybe NiP just didn't have that same confidence and aggression.
Yeah, usually we see NiP girls going into opponents, going and looking for this fight, but in these two maps I didn't see it at all, and I think it was a big factor why they lost this matchup right now.
Yeah, it's similar to what you were saying earlier, right? They were playing, it wasn't that they were playing to not lose, they were just playing to not make mistakes, but by doing that, you don't play your game, you don't get into positions where you can succeed, because you allow your opponents to sort of make the read and find your positions, and then always look at the right moments. And it felt like, there was just way too much hesitation, way too much standoffishness for NiP today. And I think they are going to remember this game for a very long time.
Very, very long time. Let's look at the individual performances, because Hanka mentioned there the individuals really carried Supernova through, and that has been the story of their entire season finals. A particular individual you'd like to focus on? Because, I mean, MVP for the series, I'm starting to feel like MVP for the entire tournament at this rate.
Yeah, like over and over, same person showing up on the server. It's just crazy. Basically, I've never seen that any player ever did that in every match is present, is doing crazy important frags, winning clutches, being aware, making super crucial decisions. Super crazy performance throughout the whole season.
And then just the constant re-aggressions with the AWP as well, full confidence every time, always in positions where teammates were able to trade them out. It was just perfect. It was like perfect AWPing performance out of Forks today, and not just here on Inferno, you saw it on Mirage as well. It was just pure confidence. There was points where I think they were maybe taking advantage of the fact that they've been to a couple of lands now. They know that sound can sometimes be a bit more of a factor when you've got the in-ears as opposed to the comfort of home and normal headsets, etc. And they were just maybe cheating a little bit, like in terms of cheating how far they can run, how far they can push the space that they can create, and they took full advantage of that, so I really loved watching that.
Overall, Supernova Comets, well, what are they taking to the grand finals that is making them a team to keep your eye on?
Like they surprised everyone for now. I think they have this like surprise factor because probably opponents also didn't expect to play against them in this type of matches. Semifinals is just crazy. So they have this surprise factor. Like no one expected them to be in this place. So they have this advantage on this case for sure.
Who's next on the list to be surprised, though? That's what I want to know, because at
Yeah,
the moment
exactly.
there's a lot of surprises constantly coming at a lot of the teams in the tournament.
I think what's interesting is very much what I mentioned in the beginning of the day. There's two teams that have gone out of just the Women's League and have started competing in the regular league. And those two teams are in our semi-finals, one of them now a finalist. It speaks a lot to how important repetition and reps in competitive settings is.
Basically, it's a proof that the more we play against men, the better we're gonna get with time. I think it's a perfect conclusion for like everyone basically, and I'm really happy that in the end, teams who are competing against men are showing off in the women's scene, because it's just crazy motivation for everyone to just keep grinding, keep playing, keep proving everyone wrong basically.
Yeah.
We've got some more highlights from those individuals in Supernova Comets, but I don't want to take away from NiP. I think what Vilga and her ladies did was admirable. Just needs to go home and maybe do a little bit more in terms of figuring out adaptation, but they really did put on a good performance throughout this event.
Yeah, it felt like Vilga in particular was, you know, being the captain as expected, but also in the server, the experience that you were talking about earlier shone through, especially on Inferno. She was far and away the best player for a lot of Inferno. It was only towards the end where we really started to see the rest of the troops firing up around her, but it got a little bit awkward that it took so long. So yeah, maybe experience is a factor, and they're going to have to take this, move on, look towards the next finals, because that's the next time they're going to have to be playing, right? Like,
Yeah,
group
for
stage
sure.
is not really a conversation.
For sure, I think it's gonna be really like big lesson for them. A lot of things that they need to talk through right now. Is pretty hard times right now for them. I can assume, because of course they wanted to achieve more, obviously, but in the end they need to look for like the things they did good. But they were a lot of this type of things, to be honest, in the end. So they need to be proud of themselves, because they proved that they get better with every season, basically.
Heku is now with our winners. Forks is with her. Let's find out how Supernova Comets is feeling about making the big stage at IEM Dallas.
Yes, I'm also curious to know, how does the team feel? You know, you didn't just win a series. You won a series that got you to the grand final.
It's true. I mean, the team is like ecstatic. We didn't really expect, you know, a straight run through, which we didn't get a straight run through. But yeah, no, everyone's excited. Everyone's happy. I mean, I don't know how they're feeling right now, but I know everyone was like super hyped up. I was shaking after the game, so I can only imagine how they are.
We had an update with Ink, and he said, like, well, we should expect that Inferno is going to be muddy. But it didn't seem that close. Like, from your perspective, was it actually muddy?
So, yeah, I think it was really close. We were really worried about the T side, which that's why we picked it first. We thought it was the harder side. And we're not as well practiced on Inferno. It was their pick and everything. When we say we want it to be muddy, or he wants it to be muddy, it's just like, take the fight to them, get the shock factor, don't play scared. Our normal Inferno is not really like that. We kind of have some ideas that we weren't really practiced on, maybe like once or twice, but we knew it would work well here, and we brought them out, and every single time we tried one of those things, it worked. We were getting in there pretty much. It was muddy. It was really muddy.
Well, on this land, only 2 series, the best of ones that they got to play was actually on Inferno. It was against MIBR, it was against Imperial. Were they playing against you the same way?
Yeah. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare, because we were mostly preparing for the teams before in our group. But between yesterday and today, we prepped. We got an early block, so we didn't have a lot of time. We did a lot of it yesterday. But it was more or less the same. It didn't seem like they prepared for us, and I think it showed with how they performed on Inferno. But I mean, we're like the underdogs, really. Like no one can prepare for us, because what do you watch? There's not matches that we have very much. So yeah, we definitely we showed up on Inferno and surprised them. We are not really supposed to be an Inferno team, but I think maybe we will have to pick it up after this one.
Yeah, but it seems like the coordination between the teammates is really good, because I think this clip that we have here that we're gonna watch through Face It Watch is a prime example of that. Because just like to make the story short, you had like a full buy. They had pistols, they had one SMG, and they had an M4. You were even in you had an advantage, like, right? You had mid control, you had palace control. Then it felt like something went out of control, but then it all worked out. Can you please start and explain us how exactly all of this situation went?
Yeah, so we initially had an idea to come back towards A, and the people in Connector made it a little bit, I guess you could say, muddy, kind of like the word of the day.
That's what you wanted.
and that is not what we wanted on a Mirage, but
True.
we decided to commit to that idea. I'm alone A main here, so we were like, all right, let's just group back up, 3v3, let them have the guns. Once Lucy gets picked here, Sylvia and I are basically just activating. We don't even say anything. We're looking for those fights. We're talking about who's swinging first, who's swinging second, where we're looking, what we're gonna do, and she pretty much opened all of this space up for me. I was kind of just watching the site. We kind of knew there was no one there, but it was super focused. We knew they'd go after the guns, so we're looking mid side. I get kind of lucky on the CT person here because they jiggle me. I wouldn't have known otherwise if they waited for me to plant. But once the CT person dies and I don't see anyone else, I get the bomb down, and at this point, we're pretty comfortable. We know one's flanking because there was someone TV. We know one's towards mid because they made some shots, and we just set up the right crossfire. It's the kind of thing that, like, if you have chemistry with your team, you don't really have to say, like, oh, go in a jungle, let's set up this crossfire. It's more like, I'm watching Con, I go to CT, and I watch A main. Like, we don't have to say everything.
You don't need to micromanage each other.
We don't need to micromanage each other. We're used to playing with each other. We have super good chemistry. I think that's why we work so well as a team. We all shoot individually well. We have good chemistry, and we got a coach and people that want to help us with the rest of it. And all of it is just coming together for these kinds of matches. And it's awesome to see, because you don't always see this when you play the game. You have like, oh, but this teammate isn't doing so great, or we should replace this person after the season's over, or whatever. It's magic. Like, I've never been on a team like this. I love it.
Yeah, and I think you've never been close to a trophy like this. Like, right now, you literally like one best of 3 away from winning and taking this home. Look at, doesn't it look beautiful?
There's a comment on it.
There is a comment. That is just a coincidence. I repeat, that is just a coincidence. Not yet, not yet. That's actually bad luck. Touching a trophy before winning is actually bad luck, so I'm just protecting for your own sake.
None of it's luck anyway.
That's true. That is actually true. But you know what's gonna happen? You're gonna play on the big stage. Do you think you'll be able to show the same results on the big stage in front of a crowd in comparison to here? Because right now there's more of a studio environment.
I think we got the momentum, and I think people are probably nervous. I think that we're surprising everybody. I know the analysts on the desk are not very happy with us. They keep on saying, "Oh, Supernova Comets, they'll get out of here." No, we're here to stay. We're here to stay, and we're staying. We're here on the finals.
You heard that, analysts? They are staying, and they're gonna be playing on the big stage.
What stream are you watching? We've never once said get out of
It
here.
was me. When you closed your eyes, I started saying, come on.
Get out of
Knock
there.
me out. I'm going to get you out of here. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, though, it was great to see the confidence there from Forks. Because not only is it confidence, it's also just a level of intelligence, and also highlighting the chemistry that these players love to play with each other, and just exactly how it works. So Face It Watch segment gave us a great amount of insight.
Yeah, and I also felt when she was explaining the clip, this is also what I said. It was just simple CS. There is no much overthinking, no much complicating things. They are just going, and like they know what's gonna work the best for them, and they just execute it perfectly.
Execute your fundamentals, get back to basics,
yeah,
and hope for a little bit of luck. There you go. We are going to take a short break, and when we return, our second semi-final is underway. Who will be joining Supernova Comets? Will it be FURIA or Imperial Valkyries? We're going to find out.
night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'll never ride for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You've got to go. For the love of God, for the love of time. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Love, I need to keep this from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no. Yeah. The only time I need to keep it mine. I'm never playing games. I'm trying every day, yeah. The only love I need to keep is from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no. I'll never let her fall, no. The only time I need to keep is mine. I'm never tomorrow we will rise.
We faced between each other, like most of the teams that they are participating here. I'm not looking directly forward to a certain team, but for example, like it would be nice to face FURIA again, just because we had some tournament not long time ago in their hometown, so I expect another final with them. It's a good opportunity to have some revenge after that loss against them.
You're watching ESL Impact Season 7 finals coming to you from Dallas, and you heard there Anna from Imperial Valkyries at the start of this competition believed that the final would be them versus FURIA. It's not a final, it's a semi-final because Valkyries took a surprise loss in the first day, dropping down into the loser brackets. It's a surprise because they are arguably the best women's Counter-Strike team in the world. They are undefeated at ESL Impact. They have won every single season of this competition and then some.
Yeah, for sure they were expected to play against each other. They are like both teams who are basically leading right now in women's scene. And yeah, in fact, Imperial lost one match, but it was best of one. It was in the beginning of the tournament. They maybe had to warm up a bit, but now I think they're gonna be more than ready.
Yeah, you see the Season 6 final result there on your screen, but in terms of the stats, things have changed. Right now, FURIA have the top 3 players in the tournament so far. Obviously a smaller sample size, 2 best of ones, but we're Imperial Valkyries. It's just Zaz right up there in towards the top 10. Everyone else has kind of been lacking in comparison to what we have seen historically from this team. So maybe they are burnt out. Hopefully, you know, yesterday to today, we have seen them kind of change things up. Otherwise, it's going to be FURIA making it happen in the semis and knocking out the favorites.
Refresh my mind, because I can't keep up with all the Twitter drama that I get to enjoy. But I do believe that these two teams met up after that season final, and FURIA beat them. But then there were some choice words shared on social media about the I mean, how do I word this? Some of the things surrounding that particular victory.
Yeah, it was something about like the win being not fair enough to put it as a win. But in the end, I don't think it mattered because I was watching this game apparently, and I just thought that FURIA had a really good game. Like everything was good for them, and it's nothing to overthink, I think.
So Imperial Valkyries is going to be wanting a little bit of revenge, and they're going to have to put their money where their mouth is because they kind of wrote the loss off. FURIA, on the other hand, is going to be in a situation where they want to now prove that they are the new queens and they should rise to the challenge. A spot in the grand finals, and more importantly, a spot on that main stage now up for grabs. What is it about Imperial Valkyries that just makes them so untouchable?
You know, like throughout the all seasons, we saw they power over like everyone. Basically, they are not scared to play a game, and this is the feature that's gonna lead us to win against everyone, basically.
Yeah, and I feel like in comparison to that, like there's some players, typically, you know, the one on your screen there, 23, having a good amount of consistency so far in their series. But yeah, there are some names that go missing for whole halves before they remember sort of how to play Counter-Strike, right? And sometimes, look, that might be a little bit brutal to say, but in comparison to what we have seen from this team, we are expecting greatness because they have been the best for so long.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's the stronger it is for Imperial in the beginning of the tournament, the better they come back to the tournament because they just get stronger, more developed, and like everything clicks for them because maybe they need that one loss to just feel that, oh, maybe we're not that much secure, right?
I mean, never mind the loss and feeling secure. The point is FURIA's talent has just lifted. They've improved greatly, and they're now coming toe-to-toe with this lineup. The FURIA team is a strong one.
Yeah, they are for sure the like strong and like outstanding team from the rest of the teams. It feels like they are playing different CS than the rest. Like they are really aggressive with their game style, and they have really crazy synergy, it feels like.
Let's find out a little bit more about this FURIA lineup and why we love them so much.
We are really excited to be here in Dallas. We're really confident for this tournament because we had a change of the analyst and then the coach. I think we prepared for everything.
We are taking it like another opportunity.
Bully, she's really good player.
When I entered, I was like very happy to play with them because they are really experienced and talented players. Losing the finals last year, I think it was something that looked so far away because it was my first LAN at all. The nerves were higher than a normal time.
Every challenge we had making we more stronger. So Imperial is the best team.
We don't prepare like to be one thing special. We like to prepare as a team.
But Imperial, this time, it's happening.
They're ready and they're game to get going. We'll see if they can put the money where their words are coming and how that plays out. And I do believe, talking about playing, Newt has a little game for our analysts to build up into this series. So Newt, what's up?
Well, yes, exactly that. I've been speaking a bit technical so far this tournament, so let's make it a bit fun, a little bit lighthearted, and also to test your guys' knowledge to see if you've actually been paying attention. Also, you at home, you can play along as well, because we've got a fun little game I like to call Diffuse the Stat. Oh no, here come the red lights. The bomb has been planted. Let's go. So how it works is I'm going to ask them a question. You guys can answer as well. So, based on this question, one of these players is the correct answer, and at the end, we'll see if you defuse the bomb or not. So, first question up. Which player, a part of Imperial Valkyries, has had the most cheeky kills through the smoke so far this tournament? So far, it's standing at 14 kills. This is just a little easy one, little taster.
Oh, okay. Well, I do believe we... There we go.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, yeah, I've buzzed
Welcome
in.
back.
I buzzed in. I almost got told not to buzz in for production. Zaz.
Zaz, yes, it's her.
You're on the money there. It is indeed Zaz.
Easy.
So he's been paying attention in the green room.
I'd hope so.
Yeah. We go on to question number 2. Who's the fastest smith in the West? Pew Pew, the opening duelist. 20.3 seconds on average.
Hank, this is you.
It's us.
Zaz, you say? You think Zaz, you say?
No way.
Unfortunately, it is not Zaz. It's actually Anna, surprisingly.
Okay.
There we go. The bomb's going to go off now.
Oh, so we lost.
We lost.
But you guys can keep on going. You can keep on
Do you know
going.
what I thoroughly enjoy there?
Sorry,
Praise
guys.
right
No,
now.
I think what's really good is you're all dead, so there's no more desk, no more analysis. Newt, you're on your own.
Oh, no. Please,
Just,
help me.
just kidding. I mean, that was really fun, and I like the idea that we can get a chance to see the stats that way. But we do need to. Oh, okay, I've been told we're not going to talk about FURIA right now. We're going to go straight back into playing the game. Let's continue.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got more questions to go, so let's just keep on going, because so far the code is 5-1. So we go into question number 3. This is a very strange one, because in worst buy situations, this player has 103.8 ADR. Compared to better buy situations, it's only like 34.8. This is a bit strange. So who do you think
Cat.
you're going to throw under the bus?
You want to go for Cat?
I
Go
think
for
it's
Cat.
Cat.
Let's go for Cat.
You're going to go for Cat? So you think it's 5-1-2? Sorry to say, it's another X for you.
We are so bad. Like, what,
Your retake is
who hired now?
abysmal here. Retakes are abysmal.
Is it 23?
No, actually, it's Tori, unfortunately.
We went around Tori, you know.
We were
it's
close, though.
Almost there.
Testing the waters. I see.
How did the two of you get your jobs?
It's a good question, to be honest.
There was a multiple choice
Now,
form,
I
and
don't know.
I just picked randomly.
I'm joking.
Next question. So in this game, we have the player with the highest headshot percentage, which was Lily Tits. We've seen it. It's absolutely mind-boggling what she's doing. But who's the second best?
I reckon that's 23.
I would say so, yeah. She's at
Barely
least.
23. And you'd be bang on the money.
Well done, you survived.
So
No
easy.
bomb.
We did it.
We're
We
alive.
survived.
Was there only 4 numbers to this bomb?
There's one more.
Oh, they've got 5 numbers. Okay.
But you
We're
can't-
not safe anymore.
You can kind of decipher which the final one is. Which player gets majority of the kills within the mid-round of the game? So the early round, that's within like 35 seconds. And then 35 seconds before the bomb is planted. That is like the mid-round area.
Cat.
Can I phone a friend?
Please.
Yeah,
I mean, I think we've.
What was that? What was that, Brandon
I
Dog?
do
the
believe
audience.
he called Cat.
He
so
called. Was that
He
Cat?
said Cat. So there we go. Are we going to
Brandon
go with
Dog
what
says
B-Dog
Cat.
said?
I'm going with Cat.
If not him, I don't know what we would do.
Ring-a-ding. We did it. We survived. Somewhat.
Huge.
That's a really fun game. I think we should play that at the
Nice.
end of segments, just as like a fun one to take us out of the show. Why did you only bring this up now? We've got no more games left today. The tools in the toolbox. Lots of fun there. Let's get into. Hopefully the veto can come up now because we need to talk about the semi-final that's about to take place.
True.
Who will be facing off against Supernova Comets? How much of the veto is going to play into the results that we see?
These both teams have pretty insane map pool. I think they expect what the opponent's gonna pick. That there is no surprise for them. So it's gonna be even more interesting because of that.
Yeah, I think from the map pool we've seen from Imperial Valkyries, who are going to go back to train,
Let's
which
go.
you know,
I love
can
to see
be a double-edged sword, but theoretically, if Imperial do win this matchup, their map pool, I'd argue, could counter completely what we have seen from Supernova Comets so far. But that's not what we're here to talk about, and Ancient is going to be that second map, so that's when FURIA can really shine.
Imperial was hiding the train for the major, I feel like, and it's really good. Ancient also pretty obvious pick, in my opinion, from FURIA. And we ended up with Nuke, which is also pretty, like, they played Nuke many times against each other, right? So they know this, how the opponents play. So it's gonna be pretty interesting.
Do we end on Nuke? Does it go to a third map?
I think so.
Okay.
Generally, I think so.
So let's break down what we're going to see from Train. We've had a chance to see Imperial yesterday. What's the playstyle that they're bringing to the table?
I really like how aggressive they were on their T side and also on City side, basically. They were holding Ivy really well, which is kind of meta right now, that the opponent is going to hit Ivy a lot. They were ready for this, so they basically... Oh my god, what is the bubble have on the forehead?
Yeah, that's something.
That looks like someone went out last night and had a really good time. I hope that that's... I do hope that that is not what I think it is, which is a hangover type experience in Dallas. I'm told that it is a bet that he's potentially lost. We're getting no real communication as to what it is on his head, but I'm sure the casters will be able to tell us.
Is always right.
Tori is always right.
Apparently it says Tori is always right. And it was a bet that he has lost.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fascinating.
It's interesting. Nice.
Now, back to Train quickly before we have to hand it over to those bozos. FURIA just showed us probably the newest meta of Train, like the male FURIA team. And that they were almost showing a new meta. So depending on how well FURIA female managed to play and scrim with the other teams in their organization, there might be a chance for them to be bringing some of this in as well. They did say they've got new coaching and analyst staff, and that may be why we've seen this kind of success. So I'm sort of just spitballing here, but if that happens, then Imperial could be in trouble considering they don't get the choice of side.
I'm only worried about Anna. Well, we need to see her deliver, because if no, it's gonna be again about Zaz and basically Tori delivering the frags. And on Train, Anna has some place to do some highlights.
Let's see how this plays out. It is the semi-finals here at ESL Impact Season 7. FURIA up against Imperial Valkyries. Let's get into it.
Losing against NiP, it was a healthy loss, if I say so. Sometimes it's good to lose. You cannot always be winning. It's just about how you come back, how to reset from it, rather now than the semifinals. So, yeah.
Our first game was easy at first, but then it get harder and we almost let them come back. So we cannot underestimate anyone.
FURIA is a good team. They can be both aggressive and passive, a bit unpredictable, if I say so.
My team is performing very well. Everyone was showing up. We had a lot of clutches, and it feels like we have everyone there.
I believe if we just play on our own game, don't overthink stuff, it's gonna be a good game for us.
We really want to go to finals.
We're all gonna fight with our hearts, of course.
We'll do everything we can.
This is our title. Today is gonna be like a final.
excuse me, señor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa, I know my English not good looking, but are you using salt? Because there's no flavor in this place.
Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. Dos huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Es que te extraño, como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Hacho, me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, los que son tu amiga. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
Hungry for attention, you're so hypnotic. Take me for a ride, I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm delicate, just like the pick-me flower that you're crushing. Feelings out of guard, you say they're valid. Take me to the party, buy me drinks, I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart, like when I'm broken. I don't wanna wait for you to make me cry. Tell me tomorrow we will rise.
I'm so glad that B-Dog and Lucy agree with me here. I saw some of our analysts were shocked by the Imperial comeback. I am shocked you were shocked. They call an incredible CT side on this map. We've seen it already. It was a no-brainer they were going to be able to pull it back. I think I actually said in the green room at one point, it was Nauri who was going on about FURIA.
Why are you lying through your teeth
I'm
to the
not
people?
lying. I'm not lying. I think Nauri's in the green room and she said, oh, FURIA's going to win this. And I said, oh, I'd wait till the second half. Because that is the truth about this team. Their fundamentals are strong. They call incredible defenses. We've seen this season after season. Of course, we were going to see it again.
Yeah, this is the beauty of Imperials, that we cannot basically never cross them out from the competition. They always find a way to fight back. And I think it was just individual brilliance. Like, they finally popped off.
Individual brilliance, but they also do call an incredible CT side. This is something that we have seen. They have a really good structure that they lay out, man.
Yeah, I think the only thing I was worried for Imperial Valkyries was at the start of the second half. If FURIA won that pistol, we'd be in a fully different place right now. But they didn't. And then FURIA was missing smokes, they were missing utility, they weren't trading, and that's when things started to go wrong, and it's completely polar opposite of what we saw from FURIA over on Anubis the other day, right? 11-1 halves on T side Anubis, then struggling on the CT side, and here it was the opposite, right? Beautiful CT side. It was structurally sound, they were throwing great utility, they were bouncing off each other super well, and I was like, damn, Imperial Valkyries could be in trouble.
I'm going to cut you guys both off there really quickly because I do believe Heku's been able to grab Anna for us. Obviously, it's between the maps. Oh, I've now been told she's not available. I thought we... Okay, so we're not going to be chatting to Anna yet.
Very good.
Yeah. Very...
Glad she's focused on the game.
So anyway, we'll just move on. Let's chat a little bit about what FURIA could have done. Because the thing is, as much as I'm hyping up Imperial Valkyries, FURIA on that side, there was an opportunity for them to close this out in the second half, and they missed a few of them.
Yeah, I think it was really hard because they were getting openings over and over again in basically almost every run, but in the end it was really hard to finish the runs. It happened in the previous matches again that they couldn't finish the map with really high score. So basically I think it's just about like closing the runs. They have really good like basic stuff, but in the end they need to step up and make the run win, basically.
Yeah, there was one big opportunity, and it might have even taken them to OT, but it was when Tori won that 1v1, and that is definitely what got Imperial back into it. The round after that as well, I think it was Anna back red, just doing the crazy stuff with the stick as well. So you can't really fault them. It was great that they managed to play their best game when it mattered, but yeah, I feel like if they're going to pick into train, we probably want to see a bit more on the T side so it doesn't scare everyone at home.
Yeah. I mean, what's quite scary is this lady, when she is on fire. She is the best women's player in the world, 2 years running, and she comes in and she just shuts FURIA down.
Yeah, she is indeed the best women player right now, and I love to see that she is back. I mean, she never be gone, to be fair, but she finally stepped up in the match that matters, and I love that we love to see and watch her play.
Yeah, and look, in the AWP head-to-head, she had the edge in every way, shape and form. Car, usually, a stellar performer, but Anna was showing exactly why she's here on the team, doing huge work in the first half towards the end of it. Unfortunately, didn't convert to rounds, but then in the second half as well, just the unstoppable force.
The unstoppable force. Let's talk about their weakness, though, because while their CT side was strong, I mean, 2 rounds on the T side, that's concerning. We're talking about the best women's team in the world. And there is if they do make it to the grand finals, there is another team waiting in the finals who's watching that. I would be a little bit concerned about what my T side looks like on Train.
Yeah, I'm really concerned because they picked Train, right? So they should be perfectly good on T side, but it never happened, it never showed up. It felt like they were kind of losing frags really fast in the match, in the runs. They were just cutting basically off guard all the time, and it was really fast T-side from them. Like, they never find momentum.
Yeah, sometimes I'd agree, but there are other points as well. If you remember, like Luli Tens just being an absolute nuisance at Ivy, and then I can't remember who it was. It might have been Gabs putting the pressure towards upper into brown halls. Just perfect timings on the peaks every single time, and it was just the extremities being so annoying for Imperial Valkyries, and you can sort of feel for them in those moments because it's like someone was watching it, and the 2 seconds that they aren't watching it, boom, there's that peak, and FURIA were just doing FURIA things.
It felt like they just got like outplayed, and they didn't expect many places from FURIA, and it just showed up.
For sure. Now, I want to focus our attention onto FURIA's T side. And one of the standout rounds they had, there weren't a lot because they didn't get a lot of those rounds on the board, but their first T side win, that particular round, I really thought this was the moment that they were going to be able to close the series out and get back on that winning momentum.
Yeah, it was perfect timing for like getting back to momentum, as you said. Basically, 2 entry frag from Bzinia, which was the FURIA needed in this moment. And in the end, it was won, but it was shaky still in the end. So basically, it perfectly shows what I just said, that they had huge problem with getting round close, which means maybe they were just overpicking, making bad decisions individually. Like we don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, they also showed a good amount of adaptability as well. I was watching, I can't remember who threw it, I won't throw them under the bus, but someone missed a sandwich smoke pretty poorly. And you can see when they ran out, there was like, oh, there's a big hole here at the back of red. What's going on? Where'd that smoke go? And it was just on the roof somewhere. But they still managed to hit their shots, and sometimes that's all you need to do in Counter-Strike. It is about killing the opponent a lot of the time.
Hanka, I'm curious from a professional player point of view, because this is a conversation I've had on the desk a lot. Is it harder to lose by a big margin, like a much wider loss rate, so you get less rounds on the board, or is a loss like this harder when it is so damn close?
Oh, it's a really tough question because I've been in like two situations, as you said, but from my perspective, it's way harder to lose when we lose in like OT after many chances to close game out, right? So this is exactly what happened in this matchup. FURIA need to probably remember every basically round what they lost, and it's gonna stay in their minds. They need to reset right now, and then they need to come back stronger.
I think for me as well, going into their map pick of Ancient, it's a less punishing pick, right? You can go in, and no matter which side you start, it's a bit more even, more balanced than Train. So they'll be able to get going arguably earlier, maybe have a similar effect to what we just saw there. But I feel like in terms of confidence, FURIA is not going to be lacking in that department moving to Ancient.
Mentally, though, to have such a big lead and then to watch it go away, that's when the fight starts behind the scenes, the argument where you did, and it's the truth. That's the stuff we don't see. I mean, I'm sure, Hank, you'll agree, people start calling other people out for their mistakes, and that's just a little bit of frustration that can bleed into your gameplay. How have, in the past, when you've been in lineups like that, is it the coach that kind of brings you all back to yourselves and stops that?
I've been there. I lost to many comebacks like this, even on LAN, and also Dallas. I think it was even 10-3, and we lost on Inferno. It was really heartbreaking, but in this type of moments, basically nothing is working out sometimes, and we cannot rely on that coach gonna bring something crazy that gonna help us out, because if nothing is working, nothing is working. And I think the worst thingy from this is that players like start to don't believe in themselves, and when you see player next to you sitting who is basically struggling and like with like mental side that it's really hard to like swallow and like go through that moment.
Fair enough. Now, we obviously got a chance to see Imperial Valkyries coach before the game with Tori's always right written on his forehead. I'm hoping he'll be able to explain this to us.
Bubble, I think we need to address the forehead in the booth. Can you give an explanation what exactly is happening there?
Well, basically, me and Tori had a deep talk what is going to be the veto tomorrow.
He's always right, by the way.
Yeah, well, basically, I lost a bet about the veto, and that was the bet. Either way, she had to do it, but I wouldn't let her.
Yeah. But is it a permanent marker?
No.
Are you sure?
I think so.
You hope so.
I mean, I trust the ESL admin, so.
All right, then good luck on the second map. Thank you.
You trust the ESL admins. You know what my favorite part about this is I've been very blessed to be on the ground with some of the Impact team. Ala is there. She's one of the admins. I wouldn't trust them. That is...
And she always carries a permanent marker in her back
90%. I am 90% sure one of them would have been like, you know what will be more funny than putting this on his forehead? Making sure we put it in permanent marker.
I'm just thinking, imagine like the flight home when Dallas is fully over and you're going back to Europe, going to customs, is like, big night, mate. How'd that go? That'd just be a great conversation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure, like something just fine to laugh about. Probably they had also good fun doing that, just maybe some good mood. But for sure, Tori is always right in the end.
I think the fact that they're putting that on his head at the start of a semi-final just shows that maybe the pressure that we thought Valkyries is facing is not as insane as we thought. They're joking, they're laughing. they're feeling confident. And it looked that way as well with that comeback. There's a confidence there that can be quite scary for FURIA.
Yeah, I think I even saw in the mid game that Zaz was like really hyped, and she was like screaming to the girls, like trying to hype them up. I really like to see that because it means that they are locked in. They are really here to win the whole thing, and I love to see this type of Imperials.
I think I heard that as well. I think it was might have even been round 21. I'm pretty sure when they were just about to get back in the lead. I just hear this squeal over the player cabin from afar. So yeah, it's good to see them getting hyped up. But again, when you think about the pressure here, we can build as much pressure as possible. But imagine that in comparison to like when they had to play their first couple of games at Cato. Like, they've been through it all this year. So this is kind of like nothing, you know, water off a duck's back. And they are professionals for a reason. They're going to be getting back into this one and getting that map back and winning that in that fashion. They're going to be confident through the roof moving to Ancient.
But in the end, I think it's also kind of hard thingy to say, because now in this tournament, they come with expectations. They know that they've been leading this basically tournaments for like 7 seasons already, winning everything. So they come to this season with expectations, and this expectation might cause some stress situations. And when they were coming to men tournaments, I think they didn't have this pressure of like everyone looking for like good scores, right, in the end. So maybe in this tournament they have some more pressure, and I think we even saw them struggling because of the stress factor.
Undefeated in ESL Impact. They are 1 map away from making another grand finals. Or FURIA is 1 map away from equalizing the series. Imagine a North American, South American derby on the main stage of Dallas. Those are the options that are in front of us. We don't know which one we're going to get, but we will find out after the break.
Sip, because we like and spill, like sip. Sip and we're sipping and spilling, sipping and spilling.
Can I get a clap?
Hey everybody, we are back in Dallas, and it is time to make another episode of Sip and Spill. Right now, by my side, I have Kai, who's already enjoying her drink. What flavor is it?
It's a strawberry.
It's a strawberry? How do you say strawberry in Portuguese?
Morango.
Morango. So
Yes.
morango. We did collect some information from your teammates. We actually did like some digging, because they said that you like singing.
Yes, that's
You
true.
do? Oh, right now you're just like, oh no, they've told everything. Oh no, like the list continues. Singing? Why? How did it happen?
I sing a lot with my sister.
Yeah.
And my dad always.
Would he encourage you?
Yes, he encourages, and we started doing lessons. And actually, you started singing Mamma Mia.
Yeah.
I participated in a musical of Mamma Mia.
Is there a video?
No,
Okay.
Probably, but
if we
not
ask
with
your
me.
teammates, maybe they will have a
No,
video.
they don't even know. My teammates don't like musicals. They even don't know what's Mamma Mia. How you don't know who's ABBA? Dancing Queen.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be funny because like a lot of people that are working at Impact are actually from Sweden. So like whoever is gonna be editing this video right now, they're like, how can they not know ABBA? So they're gonna have a fun time.
No, I don't understand. How can they?
How is that possible? But you did mention your sister. Like, so you both sing?
Yes.
And you both play esports?
Yes, my sister actually don't play anymore. She played Valorant, and she actually plays CS with me in my team, but we separate ways.
Yeah. But for example, like when you had like a moment when like you were playing and she was playing, how did the dinners go? Like, did you have like a discussion or maybe like argue like, no, like my game is better and like my game is better, and then the dad is just like, can you just like sing again and not do esports? Is that what was happening during dinner?
Actually, when we played together, I don't know if we were living together. Yes, I think we were, but we didn't have this. I am the big sister. And I protect her, and my dad teach me I need to be this way with my sister, and I always protect her.
All right, Kai, it was really nice to get to talk to you. I got to know you a little bit better, maybe a bit more than you expected, because we did manage to get some information.
Yeah, you know more than I thought. Everyone asked me to sing, and I'm shy.
Wait, but does it mean that like right now, when you're gonna go back to your team, you're gonna be like, okay, ladies, we gotta talk about it. Why do you keep on spilling the tea?
Yes, of course.
You would?
Yes, the first question I was going to say.
Why? It was a pleasure to have you here, and hopefully we'll get to find out more things about you.
I'm excited.
Thank you. Fist bump? Let's go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There we go. We have a series on our hands. It's going to a decider, and it was so damn close all over again. But it is FURIA's map pick, and you could see that because it wasn't that massive struggle that we saw in the first time where they allowed Imperial to climb back. They were going with them toe-to-toe all the way to the end.
They're basically going head-to-head throughout the whole map, it seemed like, but in the end, I even preferred this type of score instead of what we had on train, because we just saw many lacking points from FURIA, but in this matchup, I think it was just putting upper strategies and basically plays from both teams.
I think I'm just going to, let my mind wander back to, what is it, round 3, where there was the perfect retake. Anna managed to stick the defuse, even though Zaz had the kit, literally said, I've got a kit, get off the defuse. They didn't pass that across. And if that happened, we'd have 2 rounds of difference for sure, and we would have just seen Imperial win 2-0. But look, you can't change what has happened, so yeah, I dare say you just got to be looking towards the future here. You got to be focusing on what you can change and fixing all those minute mistakes moving into map 3, because Ancient is one that I have a feeling Imperial will want to forget about. There are so many moments where things were going their way, and I was sold in the second half that comeback should have happened, but FURIA, right at the bitter end, they rose strong.
Yeah, in the end, we saw a really important run by... they basically won fourth round, FURIA won it, and it just changed the outcome of the match in the crazy way.
You can see there in some of the player reactions, like Zaz, even when they're winning rounds, that they don't look very happy. And I'm going to pose this question to you. Do you think there was a time where Imperial got away with some of the mistakes that they make? They're very minute and they make silly mistakes, but they used to get away with them. And I feel like now teams have risen to the level where they capitalize on them, and you are starting to see the frustration on the world's best women's Counter-Strike team because it's not something that they can get away with anymore.
Like in the end, we played the game, right? So mistakes gonna happen. I think they were really aware what was happening and what they were doing wrong. So I wouldn't say it was frustration. It was maybe even thinking about next rounds, how they can outcome it, right? And it was really interesting because I really saw that they were some emotions that we don't usually see from Imperial's female. So game is getting really tired.
Yeah, look, it can go back to that thing we were talking about where all of these losses leading into this tournament can definitely have an effect on your mental, and maybe this is the effect on the mental that we can theorize is one of the issues that is being faced right now. But look, on the other side of things, FURIA, they've been playing amazing so far this series. Unfortunately, we've seen two maps which could have gone either way. You know, minimal mistakes from both teams, but every time capitalized by their opponents. So we have to see a best of one between these teams on Nuke.
Let's have a chat about Izzo, because she really popped off. We haven't really spoken about her much, but saying that, we haven't spoken much about FURIA, because they made themselves quick fast into the winners bracket, so we haven't seen a lot of them. But here on Ancient, she proved her medal.
Yeah, I think it's really a cool player to highlight because she's IGL for the team also, so it's not that common to see IGL popping off in this type of situations. I really like that she came up and got really important frags during the crucial moments in the map, plus IGLing. So they have like really good showing, but it only shows that the roles in FURIA lineup is so perfectly fitted. Like they basically, no one is lacking anything.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to touch on with Izzo here is she was statistically the best player for FURIA at Season 6 finals. And we didn't really get that for the first day, for the first best of ones, and we didn't really get to see her yesterday. So it's good to see that, you know, coming to one of the more, the higher importance games, she is excelling, leading, and, you know, similar to Vilga earlier, showing the experience is going a long way.
On the other side, we had Imperial Valkyries. Who was your pop-off player?
I think it was Zaz in Cave, which she was doing crazy difference in the end. She was getting multiple frags just by spamming smokes, running over, and I think it was, if she got 2 more frags, I think matchup would be basically over. So really, we need to highlight this player.
Yeah, Zaz, obviously, you know, I feel like every game so far she's played amazingly, but for me it was moments where 23 was changing the game, was finding a decent amount of impact. And I feel like, yeah, we spoke about her a lot on day 1, day 2, not so much, but it's good to see that she's starting to warm up, starting to, you know, lock down mid, lock down a lot of different positions here, and that is where you kind of want to see this impact, right? She's creating openings, she's creating open opportunities, and was integral to the fake comeback, which we ended up seeing.
Yeah, and she's still consistent. Like, this is something that we need to highlight also, that she's all in every match putting crazy numbers.
Was there anything else Imperial could have done other than maybe not a few mistakes that would have allowed them to close this out 2-0?
I would say that they did most things in the correct way in the end, but the details basically lost their map. And in the end, I think it was about the nerves, I would say. The frustration we saw on the cams, kind of maybe some screams, it can get into the heads of the players.
Okay, so maybe like have a bit of a chill session between map 2 and 3 and just try to reset everything, make sure when things are going wrong, there's mental clarity brought into Nuke, because it's the kind of map where you really need everything to be in order, the communication and the chemistry, or those rotates aren't going to look good, and then your Nuke is not going to look good if the rotations are slightly off.
Yeah.
And, these stats are making it a little bit scary. Who knows which way we're going to be seeing this one going, but both teams, at least in the last 3 months, undefeated.
Really strong map for both of the teams, I would say. I would say that they have really different game styles and like play style. So it's gonna be really fun to watch, because I know that they had to prepare for this map, because I'm pretty sure that they both knew they're gonna ended up on like Nuke. So it's gonna be really interesting, because matches were going like both ways in the past.
So you mentioned that there's different play styles from both of these teams. Tell us what those play styles look like.
Basically, FURIA is focusing most likely on like outside and like trying to play around the smokes, but they're really good into going lower and finishing on B side basically, and it was problematic for Imperials as far as I remember. So probably Imperials need to focus on outside countering the smokes, getting info in lobby. So proactivity in lobby gonna be crucial in my opinion, because they're gonna catch just 1-2 players basically alone. So yeah, a lot of things they need to focus on, and yeah.
Yeah, look, Anna as well, over on Train, started to really fire up on the AWP. We got to see a little bit of it. There was some whiffs there on Ancient, but maybe Nuke is a bit more of a comfort pick for her, and she's going to be integral as well. If you need her to control outside, then she's the one that's got to kind of do it with the coordination of everyone else out there.
I'm pretty sure Furia's coach will have some insights into Nuke, and I do believe that Heku caught up with him between these 2 maps, so let's find out what he had to say.